Blank screen. I forgot to preload the content. Good morning, folks. How are you doing? It's morning here in slightly cloudy Oregon, anyway. How's your day going? So yeah, right off the top. So normally these streams, I call them not writing streams because I use them to, uh, basically I use them to distract myself towards something that isn't focused on my story so that I'm not thinking about it all the time in the interest of personal well-being, mental well-being, relaxing a little bit, not trying to do, uh, not trying to work all the time. Um, but I usually keep them fairly light, right? Today's likely to be a little bit different. I started to hint, the last two streams have touched on this unavoidably, where the long and short of it is that, yeah, COVID has come to my house again. This is our second round. We'll talk about that. Um, and yeah, so I'm playing partially to distract myself. I decided to stream because I wanted to be able to talk about a little bit about what's going on. I wanted to be just open at the outset that this is. I'm giving myself license to talk about it as much or as little as I actually feel like talking about it once I'm live, once I'm in the game and I'm playing. But, some people come and watch streams in general to do the same thing that I usually do. They come to sort of escape and just get away from things. So, and I respect that. So if that's what you're looking for, today will probably not be it. But I think there are some things that are worth talking about. Put it this way, nothing has changed in my views since seeing, since what we're going through here. I do find myself thinking a lot more about the forces at work that are causing the pandemic to drag out, to claim so many more people. Because it is interesting. I mean, sort of, let's talk, right off the bat, the circumstances of my situation. So I've said pretty openly before, I live with someone who's immunocompromised. I actually live with several people who are immunocompromised in different ways. But there's one person, myself included, mine is an allergy-related thing. My whole family, we joke that we're all like medical zebra unicorns, pick your term, whatever you want to call it. We all have weird medical things. And the first sort of defensive voice in my head wants to make really clear to people, these are not things because we've somehow been neglected our health throughout our life. They're genetic. My wife had her condition, which prevents her from fighting off pneumonia and other similar diseases her whole life. She was vaccinated as a kid with certain things, and the vaccine had no impact on her, did nothing. They didn't know about her condition at the time, and so it was sort of a, point of curiosity. Oh, I left all my armor on? Really? That's weird. So she's had this condition her whole life. It just got a lot more pronounced, a lot worse as she got older. And we discovered it because she was getting pneumonia several times a year, every year. So you can just, you wouldn't be wrong in thinking, well, she gets pneumonia all the time. Does that mean she's susceptible to COVID? And you'd be right. So COVID came to our house back in February of 2020. So we had it early, right? Before all the stuff, before all the noise and the fighting and the ridiculous, before everything happened. Sorry, I'm just laughing because it's such a different vibe today, but no regrets. I feel like this is maybe overdue. Also, another important thing about COVID is I'm not claiming to be any kind of authority. I'm not even one of the, I am not even up to date on all the very latest things about COVID and the vaccines and that. I'm not going to pretend to be. Doesn't mean that what I'm saying is somehow I'll be talking about things that I have, reason and license to talk about. how it's affected my family in that. But if you're looking for, the point is, if you're looking for COVID information, look to the experts. And do not look to these ridiculous, self-appointed, unverified, non-journalistic, conservative sources for information, because it'll get you or someone else killed. We'll talk more about that too. But I'm not an expert, that's what I'm trying to say. There's nothing here I'm going to try to claim about the illness that doesn't include a reference to the professional scientific community, the health community, policymakers, people who are managing the pandemic professionally, at a whole different level than anything I could speak to. That's not to say I won't claim certain things about COVID, but we'll stick to the basics, right? COVID is contagious. It is highly contagious. COVID isn't just about getting sick and maybe losing some time off work. It's about the risk of dying. COVID also is about the risk of illnesses that they still don't understand that will affect you possibly for the rest of your life. And I'm just freestyling here, so it's going to meander. Bear with me. And you'll pardon me if I occasionally take breaks just because I need to take a breath. So yeah, so I'm playing today because I woke up this morning and the very first thing on my mind was the fact that my wife has COVID again. And my wife is one of the people who had what they call long COVID. So she had COVID previously. We naturally have been masking and sheltering and got vaccinated. All the things that you hear about, all the things you're supposed to do. And actually, you know, for her, it's still a risk. I mean, that's actually one of the things you need to be careful about. You can go look at current data, not current data. Go look at people who are responsible people who are being thorough and professional and interpreting what are ultimately very complex scientific results, and you will find that the tagline, the summary of it is, that you can still get COVID. It is, like I said, it is highly contagious. You'll pardon me, I kind of lost my I was getting riled and I lost my thread there for a minute. Firefly, huh? We'll leave the firefly alone. Why am I messing with the firefly? Anyway, let me try to organize my thoughts. So yeah, COVID comes to our house February. We didn't really even know that it was COVID at the time, because it was all still new, right? People are still figuring all this stuff out. You know, and then 2020 happens. Just the absolute shite show that was. And all the things you learn about people who you otherwise thought were pretty reasonable folks, who now, for reasons that they can't or won't explain, are listening to completely unqualified people. Instead of reasoning through things, are just spouting out the same BS lines over and over and over again. Claiming their rights are being violated. Claiming the pandemic is made up. But it happened. So, like I said, we did, you know, what you would kind of expect someone in our situation to do. We did it both to keep ourselves safe and to protect those around us. Because it's both things, right? You know, you're not just doing this just to keep yourself safe. And through that, I will say, I was surprised at the people who actually had the broken morals and the audacity to say, the only reason you're concerned about this is because of your wife. And on the one hand, yeah, jackass, of course I'm more concerned about this because I have someone in my home who's more vulnerable, but you know her too. Are you telling me that you aren't more concerned about this because a good friend of yours? Oh, I have the, so what's your favorite book? Chat prompts going. Just, sorry, ignore those today. Yeah, it surprised the hell out of me. It's this idea that, you know, somehow it was skewing my reason because I had a little more, maybe a more significant dose of reality in my home than what most people had to deal with. But whether those people are in your own home or other people's homes, does their value as human beings change? You know, and like I said, these are people who, you know, we considered friends for a long time. People we celebrated holidays with regularly, you know. We shared our homes. Our kids grew up together. And so those relationships, of course, were, I'll say they fell quiet. They fell silent because, what do you say? Personally, the response I want to find is grace, but grace, you know, is first grace. Grace is unreasoned. A lot of people, I don't know, I feel like maybe people don't understand grace or, you know, how, you know, it's a difficult thing for a lot of people. But I want it, and I want it not just to preserve a relationship that might be broken. I want it because it's, grace will also set you free. Grace will also enable you to function in the face of all this. I'm very sorry. Reload, reload, reload. Right now he's just sitting over there munching on whatever he's munching on. Let's see if we can leave him alone. So anyway, yeah, you know, I don't want to let the friendships go. I want to find... the other thing, too, even for anyone out there who is a Christian and may have had, you know, grown up around the term grace in a particular context, something that, you know, I've learned, you know, because a lot of stuff has happened in the past. I said this was going to get serious today, and boy, I meant it. But there's grace that God offers, and then there's the grace that we have to muster. And anyone who thinks that they're the same thing, that ours comes as easily or freely as what God offers, hasn't had to offer it. It's not an easy thing. It's not, like I said, grace should not facilitate abuse, you know. Those players or those, like...
Who goes there?
That is nasty. I think this gun is more appropriate. There he is.
You better hope I don't find you.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that. I don't know what those new gas guns are, but they are awful.
Relax. It's nothing.
You killed a bunch of settlers. So anyway, all that to say that through all the things where, you know, we all found out what we really think about certain issues in this last year, and it prompted, I know for us, a lot of difficulty with people we've known for a long time. I don't want to say that those friendships are just gone. At the same time, they're not in a healthy place.
I should be the boss. I really should.
This is fun. We're stalking someone. Hopefully that, yeah, I was going to say, hopefully that gun actually replenishes my health fast enough. Just a submachine gun. Okay. So I don't get to see what he was carrying, what that thing was. Oh well. So anyway, let's jump ahead then to recently, where, like, my son has been dealing with, you know, a few friends in his group who are in the, I don't like putting a name on the camp. Like, you could call them the denier camp. You could call it you could call it any number of things. But the problem with coming up with a name for it even is that you either adopt their name, which a lot of the time is you already feel at odds with, because you feel like, okay, that's what you're saying this is about, but I fundamentally disagree that that's where it begins. You know, so you don't want to sort of cede one argument just in adopting whatever it is they're calling themselves. You know, so if you have a group, I'm making this part up just by example. If someone calls themselves, you know, the Medical Freedom Coalition, and they're using that name to, you know, as the name for a movement to claim that they may move about freely. And I say freely, I mean, you know, in terms of conscience too. You gotta be able to move about with a free conscience, or else, you know, are you really free? But they're claiming that they, you know, don't have to mask or vaccinate or take any kind of precautions, that other people's immune systems are their own immune systems, and it's not their responsibility, so they're going to go on, you know, life as usual. And like I said, pretend they call themselves the Medical Freedom Coalition. I don't want to call them that. That's again, fundamentally, that suggests that what we're dealing with here isn't about fundamental human compassion and safety on a individual, local, community, and national, international level. So we don't want to use a lot of the names that these people adopt for themselves, but also don't want to ascribe something to them that does the same thing in the other direction. You know what I mean? I'm extraordinarily leery of how so many of these discussions happen, where someone will enter a one of these discussions and say, here's what you think. Any conversation that begins with one person telling another what it is they think or why it is they think it, you're off to a crap start at that point. I have no idea where I am. I'm just wandering today. And I should conserve that ammo. That ammo's for other purposes. Let's use the new gun. This should be interesting. We'll see how that goes. But, you know, there are people in his group who repeatedly make bizarre claims, not only about medical things, but also about the recent legitimate election. If you're not claiming that the election was legitimate, we're already off to a bad start. You know? Well, he went to an event, and again, we're vaccinated. We've been vaccinated for a while. We wear masks still. That's really, really creepy. And we were wearing masks before the pandemic because of our various health issues and what we deal with regularly, right? And there was someone there who turns out was not feeling well, decided to come anyway, did not wear a mask. I don't know about their vaccination status, so I won't presume one thing or another. I'm naturally very curious. But I don't know. I'm not going to, again, it's not, you know. Suspicions are only suspicions. They are not facts. They are not certainties. But yes, I'll admit, I want to know. I want to know where they, you know, did they actually get vaccinated or not? But they came to this event. And so my son, a couple days later, had cold symptoms. No breathing issues, you know, nothing, no fever. I don't think he had a fever. I don't recall that he had a fever. And it went on a little bit, and so we then heard later from someone else who's at the group that they had taken their child to the hospital with abdominal pain, thinking it might be appendicitis. The doctors, I think to their surprise, I don't think it's wrong to say that based on what I've heard, the doctors administered one of the rapid COVID tests, and that test showed that he was COVID positive. They then ordered the more reliable test because, you know, the rapid test isn't 100% reliable. But as soon as we heard that there was a possibility, and this is, again, just healthy protocol, as soon as we heard there was a possibility, naturally we stopped going out. We, you know, took my son to get a full test. And sure enough, he is COVID positive. And that is after having COVID in our house previously, where he may have developed some antibodies by being exposed to it, and having had the vaccine. This is the nature of COVID. I want to be really clear. Anyone who hears that kind of statement and starts thinking, see, the whole thing's BS, they don't work. You're full of it. You don't understand how it works. But it is also observed that he has not had the full range of symptoms that other people get who are unvaccinated. Severe respiratory issues. Those sorts of things. There are a lot more of these guys here than I suspected a moment ago. And that's not working very well, so we're going to switch. Let's see if we can hit a couple of you all at once. There we go. Oh, I need a mask. Got a mask up. What do I look like right now? Yeah, that works. It's a good look. Now, as soon as my son was tested positive for COVID, we knew, given that my wife, you know, she's vulnerable to these sorts of things. She can't fight it off. And like I said before, even having had the vaccination, for her, there's no guarantee that that's going to be sufficient. You know, interestingly, whereas when she had COVID before, and they did an antibody test afterwards, she did not have antibodies. After the vaccination, she did show some antibodies. So really interesting. I don't, you know, what does it mean? I couldn't tell you. but just even the basics of her situation, her condition. It's at least a really interesting and, dare I say, promising thing that maybe there will be some better treatments in the future for people with her condition or similar conditions. Immune issues are awful. And they're difficult to live with. They're very difficult to treat. They take so much of your life away. And maybe that's the other thing you kind of need to know about my wife, who goes by the name Teal Orca online, is that, yeah, she has, through all this, like, she's written and published a number of novels. She has taken care of our household. She has educated and raised two wonderful children. There's been real costs, too. Being sick all the time. Dealing with bad fatigue on a regular basis. And there's the thing about long COVID. I don't know. I'm not sure how many people realize what long COVID does to you. It creates fatigue like you can't imagine. It creates fatigue where, with our situation, like I'm the breadwinner in our home. That's just, I'm the sole income. Were she working? I guess what am I trying to say? Anyone who's trying to work, where they have to go out of the home and go somewhere and do a job and be on their feet all day, or at least, keep their energy levels up throughout the day, just to get a normal day's work done. If you have long COVID, you very likely cannot do that simple, ordinary thing. I think a lot of people would be surprised and more than a little dismayed and properly afraid if they found out what long COVID really does to you. And they couple that with the realization that there is no guarantee that long COVID will ever completely go away once you have it. Stole the scavenger's firewood and he just kind of sat there and let me do it. So whereas things were already, in a position where things are difficult, lot of life's options were just taken off the table. Then comes along COVID, and it's even worse. And we naturally, you find yourselves wondering, like, is this the new normal? And I'm curious, how many people have heard that phrase? If you've never heard that phrase, count your many blessings. If you know the phrase "new normal," then that phrase is used in many different ways in many different contexts, from health things, from other kinds of loss, where you realize the life that you are looking at is suddenly not there, and you are kind of figuring out, like, okay, what do I do now? You go through this period where you're like, no, back to the old life, and you struggle. And eventually you find a new rhythm, you find a new sort of wave going forward. And you still have periods where you look back and you're like, why? Why did that have to, why do we have to go through this? Basically, you still have bad days. But most, you find your way through so that at least on most days, you find a kind of a peace and hopefully contentedness in your daily life and the things that you now do. And so now we're dealing with the new normal, or have been, throughout 2020. I don't want the arrows. And the first part of 2021. And it's been rough. Loss upon loss in life like that is not an easy thing to deal with. And now here we are. So my son was diagnosed with COVID. Sure enough, within a couple days, my wife started feeling chest congestion. We got her tested. She has tested positive for COVID again. And so, right now it is at least controlled. Unlike my son, she has, the respiratory issues. She's asthmatic. She's more prone to that sort of thing. Because of her asthma, but also because of her condition. So, she's resting. We're all sheltering in. We're having groceries delivered, dropped off on our front porch. We're doing all the things to avoid contact. We're masking in the home, which, let me tell you, the people who don't like wearing masks. I'd love to see their reaction to the idea that, you know what? You don't want anyone else in your home to get it. We still have 2 people who don't have it. I would certainly rather not. What's funny is it's not even about the fear about the illness. It's I need to keep working. I don't want to keep spreading it, And if I get long COVID, yeah, that raises some interesting questions about, what we would do. What life would be like at that point, where I'm the sole breadwinner and suddenly I'm so fatigued. I might not be able to do what I need to keep working. It's life is like that. Sometimes life is like that. So, what's interesting is I was looking at the numbers this morning, and the most recent the most recent news I've seen suggests that anywhere from 10 to 30% of people who get COVID get long COVID. As many as 30% of people. A third, 1 out of 3. You get COVID, 1 out of 3 people will, after having it, suffer such severe fatigue that they won't be able to carry on normal daily activities. I don't think most people know that. I don't think most people think about that. But honestly, I'm also at the point where I don't have any friggin' idea what most people think about when they think about COVID, hearing some of the responses out there still about whether or not they will either vaccinate or remove themselves from the public space. And anyone who's shocked at the idea that I'm suggesting that you either get vaccinated or remove yourself, that's how it works. I'm actually all for personal medical autonomy. But I also think that you have to, in making a claim of that, you have to deal with the consequences as well. That's not going well. And that's why I like that. Yeah. So, because here's the thing. In dealing with the various immune issues in my household, we have to think about vaccines differently. That's not to say that am I an anti-vaxxer? No. But also, like when my daughter was young and she had a severe reaction to one of the vaccines she had, we had to weigh the risk of doing other vaccines, knowing that there was something in the administration of one of the vaccines that put her at risk, where her throat actually felt closed. She had a very, very dangerous reaction to an early vaccine. So it's one of those things where I do hold that where there is significant uncertainty in potential reactions or potential consequences, the individuals need to maintain a right to make those, those decisions where you've got one potentially dangerous or lethal consequence or another potentially dangerous or lethal consequence. Just the nature of the choice. But along with those choices, no one ever makes those choices on their own, or rather independent of everyone around them. Like in this case, one person's assertion that they don't have to wear a mask, for example, just as a simple example, that they should be free to not wear a mask. Okay, well, the consequence is you have to then accept you'll kill people. And that's like drawing it's a straight line, but it's also a very short line from your personal decision to very real, measured, demonstrated, factual consequences. I've been wondering about this a lot lately. I've been thinking about this idea of, given where I live, America, and its, all of its love of freedoms, at least by name. And asking myself, well, okay, what does it really mean? Key question that's come to mind over and over again is, is it true that any freedom that a person might claim is going to come at a cost to someone else? It feels like it is. It feels like that's just, that's how they work. Fundamentally. Free speech, right? One of the ones that, real basics here. Does free speech have a cost to other people? Sure. You're going to have people in that society who say things that offend you, that speak against your own principles. That's a cost of free speech. What about freedom of religion? Does that have a cost? Yeah. You're going to have to figure out how to play nice with people who don't share your beliefs, your faith. Now, both these things are true whether you make an assertion to freedom or, some kind of personal freedom or not. But when they're part of a framework, you have to admit in that framework then that, yeah, there's a trade-off here, and that the trade-off is actually what we are risking is not nearly as concerning as taking away the freedom. I'd be curious to hear what other folks think. I've not really talked to anyone about that, but I really want to know. Do freedoms generally, I would say they do. I think all freedoms come at some kind of cost. But you look at the degree and the nature of the cost. Like being offended, I know we talked about that one a lot too, because people, there are people who would prefer to not be offended and are willing to say, like, you should not be allowed to say certain things because what you're doing is hurting someone. And there are these other cases where you can, there's a difference between, in a oversimplified way, there's a difference between asserting a freedom, like I really need to say this, and I acknowledge that it may offend other people, maybe even in a really extreme sort of a way. Well, what I'm asserting here is my right to say this thing, that there's something personally that, is vitally important in whatever statement it is I'm going to make. What I'm focused on is the statement itself, because there's, for whatever reason. Compare that then to the idea that I'm going to say this thing knowing that it's actually going to be, like, there's nothing at stake for me in saying or not saying whatever it is I want to say. The point is the pain for someone else, the offense. Okay. Down. Sheesh. Nasty. This is not a valid analogy, but I'll put it out there anyway, but it's like the difference between having a rock garden and throwing rocks at people. Not quite it, but it starts to point that, like, you reformulate that into something that works a little better, I think. Where, what are you really trying to do here? Are you trying to make, you sincerely believe that this is a nice thing, and maybe people think it's ugly, and or people have to walk, nearby, and the rocks get out on the sidewalk and it hurts their feet. I'm making stuff up. Come on. But it's pretty easy to see the difference between, like, this is important for me, I'm going to do it, even though some people in a very mild sort of a way don't like it, versus picking up those rocks and hurling them at someone. In other words, I'm just trying to say that some of those freedoms have natural limits, and there is something to be said for intent in what we do. That's basically it. You're weak, sir. But all this leads to like one main question, and that is, when someone is asserting either the right to not have to wear a mask in the public space, or personal business even, what cost comes with that freedom? And who pays it?
Look what else it brought.
Look. Oh, I hate this. Didn't want to do that. I was trying to help you guys. Get all fussy over one or two stray shots. Shame. Yeah. So what is the cost? Back to my point. People die. You have at least, you could break it down to like 4 levels of things. You have, I get sick and I feel rotten. You have, I get sick and I actually lose work. It has a financial impact on me. You have, I get sick and I now have a permanent condition that impacts all those other, my ability to work and live and enjoy life. Or it kills people. So if you're making that claim to freedom, you're making that claim that you don't actually have to wear a mask, what are you asking other people to pay for you to have that right? The rest of the philosophy aside, are you willing to impose that cost on other people? Like, am I willing to risk the idea of offense on other people? Yeah. I think there are some ideas that are maybe unpopular, but fundamentally true and valuable in ways that it's going to offend people. Come on. What's up? Let's switch. Now we got the crowd managed. So that's the thing. You know, that ends up, it really surprises me more than, I don't know. It doesn't surprise me at all that there are people who can't really think their way out of a wet paper bag around some of these issues, the science and that kind of thing. And hey, maybe that sounds harsh, but hey, like I said, you know, free speech, we risk offense. Aye. Stop it.
Is eternal.
You know what's funny about these people who are making all these claims tend to be the ones also who are, you know, will wrap themselves in an American flag at the drop of a hat. And the thing about that is when you look at the people, you know, previous generations who they will hearken back to, who supposedly share these ideals, and you know, some of these people from previous generations who, for example, put themselves in harm's way, lost family and friends in a conflict that you could argue should or should not have happened. Multiple conflicts that should or should not have happened. But in the interest of preserving an ideal, lost, gave up so much personally. Oops. Oh well. You know, that was like the price of their principles. There was a personal cost to it. So that when they fly a flag, it's directly associated with that. And again, you could have all the discussions you want about whether or not they really should have, you know, whether what they're fighting for, you know, in terms of who we are as a country, you know, do we have issues and are there things that need to be, you know, that should be different. I'm not, you know, affirming or denying. All that's irrelevant to the core thing I'm trying to say here, which is that the people who now like to make those claims, like to put on that image, are not making personal sacrifice. They're actually fighting against minor inconvenience and risking the death or harm or liberties of others. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know, you have no idea. It makes me queasy to see people doing that. To compare the generations, previous generations who fought for our country, who believed in those principles to the point where, yeah, they were willing to risk their own life. And there's a whole other slew of things you could talk about there about what they were asked to do in defense of those freedoms. Not just what happened to them, but also what they had to do and what they had to carry with them throughout, you know, what they still carry with them throughout the rest of their lives. And you compare that to wear a mask to keep people safe, and I'm not gonna, and again, out come the flags and the freedom and make America great again. It's sickening. It's grotesque. They're not the same thing, folks. There we go. Always love to come down here, see the fireworks show. Yeah, good luck, guy. Curious if we can help the Deathclaw without having to risk killing the Deathclaw. Oh, they killed it. Ooh, there's a lot of them. Dang. And me without my grenades. Yeah, that's all I got. I got a couple others. I need to move so I can see him, so I can huck a grenade, but I don't want to, don't want to get out where they can see me. Like that. Bunch of demolishers, huh? Alright, it held up okay. I am out of ammo now. That was fun, but maybe a little wasteful. So I think I have to head to different territory now. Because, yeah, without that thing around here as a sort of a health shield. Well, okay, turns out they are carrying a fair amount of ammo. Yeah. Really? You guys are gonna come up like one at a time and try this? Seriously? Sticks? So where does all this leave us? Like, personally for me, you know, it's got me thinking about how we respond to the people we meet who are espousing nonsense, spouting BS. It's like I said, nothing's changed. They were always endangering lives. You know, when something like this becomes so much more personal, you know, it's normal human nature that, yeah, you do think, you do think about it in a, why did everything go black there for a minute? You think about it in a different way. Rather, it shifts your focus, you know. It just naturally gets you thinking about what you're going to do next. And when these things come up, how you might respond differently. So like I said earlier, you know, a lot of what I was talking about was trying to find grace in all this. And to be clear, that's still the goal. And not for anyone, not to go soft on anyone. I don't think that involving bringing grace to the matter means that you don't speak the truth, that you stay silent. I don't think that at all. Like, offering grace does not mean that, oh, well, let's just not say anything negative at all. Like, that is a cheap-ass version of... That's a cheap-ass version of you know, getting along with other people in general. It's weak. It is flimsy. It is destined to failure. You know, like anyone who's claiming grace, like someone's wronged you seriously, they've hurt you, and someone in the claims in the interest of grace that you just need to forgive them and go back to that relationship, whatever it was, a friendship, a marriage. Anyone who suggests that grace is an excuse to let other people abuse you, again, misunderstand grace. They have a just vastly oversimplified, maybe even childish understanding of what it means. And I'm going to try to limit describing things that way, because not because I think it's wrong. It's just that it's interestingly doesn't offer grace, and is just clouds what otherwise is a worthwhile thing to say, I think. Let's go find somewhere else to wander around. I think I wandered around through the woods enough here. I take that back. I'm just going to wander around in the dark through the trees for a while, because that seems appropriate to today. Like I want to ask questions of the parents and the kid who came. Oh dear. This is fun. You're not really, are you? Just letting the chameleon armor do its job. You cool giant hermit crab. I don't want to have to kill you. I don't know if I could at this point. So just move on. That's right. Further up the road. Okay. He's turning. Got maximum distance between us. I'm just going to bolt out of there. Chasing? Nope. We're good. Let's use a diluted stim pack. There we go. Feeling better. Here. Pull over to the side here.
It's gonna kill me.
Oh dear. Evil chicken, you're safe. Sorry, this is ordinarily I wouldn't do that. Really curious to see. Oh, he ran off though. I kind of expected he would stop. There's a chicken. Hey.
Thanks again. You can keep the chicken if you want. I don't eat meat. Oh, all right. Well, thanks for killing it.
That's weird. Okay. That's what I was curious about. Like, if you actually find and eliminate the chicken he's so afraid of, what does he do? Apparently he does that. Alright. Let's get some food. Do a little hydration break here, too. What is that? Just looking. Oh, it's a beaver. Looked really, really wrong. Let's see. What shall we do? Some smoked scorched beast lung. Got one of those cans of meat stew. Some Blackwater brew. And I think we're good to go. What's going on over there? Let's go see what's over there. I've never actually seen... There are some animals in this game that typically just won't attack you. I hope the beaver's one of them. Then just rather leave it alone. But yeah, I want to ask, you know, the why didn't, if in our current situation, the medical climate, the risks involved, you knew your son was not feeling well, why let him go to a group event? Or, if you're going to send him to the group event, why not give other people the liberty to, you know, self-manage, the agency that they're entitled to, by telling people that he's not feeling well? Because I can tell you, if we had heard that, oh, well, so-and-so's coming, and they're not feeling great, our answer would have been, nope, not going. But instead, here we are. Yeah, I think that question, I think it'd be lost on them, I suspect. Not because I know the person, I really don't. Just based on how you see people react in general. You know, I don't know. Maybe it would be different. Maybe it would be a really good conversation. Maybe there'd be the, it just didn't seem that important. That's been our experience previously, you know, the people who advocate, who think it's being tough, who incorporate this BS idea as part of their work ethic, that even if you're sick, go to work. You know, one of the people I was talking to early on when we were having some pretty severe, intense disagreements about, you know, what people should or shouldn't do. One of the statements that came up repeatedly, without defense, without it, just, you know, like a record skipping on one little part of a track over and over again, was, "But Ken, people are going to get sick." And again, absolute nonsense. It's like, this is not this is not a cold. B, no, not everyone's going to get sick. It's not inevitable. You can do things to manage this. And if you don't do those things, people die. That's kind of where that particular discussion went, too. And that's part of... but interestingly, that's not what shut it down. We'll talk about that for a minute. This was enlightening for me. Where one of the next things I said was, when they were advocating early on that we need to open schools, we need to get people back, you know, there are all these things where people would cite papers about suicide rates in that. And you know what? Real concern. You know, when people are sheltering in and they're not getting social contact, and you know, there's increased levels of clinical depression. Oop. And other things that they're absolutely right. You should also deal with. Why? What is going on? You know? In other words, there's more than one crisis going on right now. But if they're arguing that the existence of one crisis basically means you ignore the other, that is also BS. But anyway, yeah, it came down to where we were talking about, you know, they were saying, oh, you need to open schools right away, and here's why, and I tried to talk about that. making the same sort of taste I am now. This and on other issues. But it came down to, I said, look, what you're advocating risks the death of innocent children. Just like I've been saying today. The consequence of what you're advocating is that people will die. And in this particular case, that children will die. Well, they didn't like that. You know? And I laughed because it's funny, not in a ha-ha sort of way, but in a you can dislike consequence all you want. You know, but nothing you're doing is speaking to it. Nothing you're doing is saying that it's not true. You're just going, I don't like. That's that. I don't remember them being there. That was a little spooky. Like, what do I care about whether you like it or not? You jump off a bridge, you will fall and land hard on whatever's down below. I don't like that. Tough. That's welcome to life. But anyway, interestingly, so they felt I was being personally accusatory, which I kind of, you know, accusatory, no, in that I think the accusation comes with a very particular intent. Like I already argued earlier, I think personal intent does matter. It's not the only thing, you know. Whole other thing there that my brain's trying to sideline on. I'm not gonna. Intent matters. I was not intending to somehow hold this one person, you know, personally accountable for what they're advocating. I was literally just stating consequence. You're saying we should do this. The consequence of that, based on all of the data that we have right now and its interpretation by professionals, is that children will die. Innocent kids will die. And of course, at some point, that conversation went back around to be, but people get sick anyway, which, you know, you can talk about the loops you get into with these arguments for a long time. It's absurd. They never settle on a single point. They just, you try to argue on one point. They don't actually speak to that. My experience has been that the people I've talked to will not will not argue a particular point. They won't try to reach some kind of either, you know, like any kind of consensus, either consensus of agreement or consensus of we differ and we accept that. They won't do it. When I say they would, I'm making some kind of prediction about, you know, discussions that have not happened. In my experience, they never did. They never landed on, they never let the discussion remain on one point. They'd bring up a thing. I'd speak, you know, like try to present arguments and facts and research and whatnot. And they would respond to none of it. They would bring up another point. And I tried to address that too. I said, basically, you haven't actually responded on any of this stuff. Can we focus on that one thing? Oh, sure. But first, let me show you this video. It's the exact opposite of what we just talked about. But anyway, yeah. So I said, you know, what you're advocating. That's the other thing. I did not say you are killing children. You know, that's like bad rhetoric. You know, and you could, you know, maybe there'd be some people who would be, I think, a little bit more intent on saying, no, they are literally personally killing children. That was not my interest in this discussion. It was enough. It was sufficient for me to say what you're advocating will do this. But if you're going to talk to people, you kind of need to consider putting things in a format that there's some chance that they'll listen to, right? Otherwise, are you really interested in talking to them? You know, why is the conversation happening at all? But that wasn't what actually shut down the discussion, and I'm pretty sure they unfriended me on Facebook. I think. But interestingly, that didn't do it. Angry as they were, upset as they were at some of what I was saying about, you know, what they were doing, And like I said, to my point, I didn't have to be directly accusatory and cloud the issue. I could just say, look, what you're advocating will kill kids. They got the point. They absolutely got the point of what I was saying. All that to say, I still think there's a better way to argue those kinds of cases. What ultimately broke that relationship was when I hit a point where they said a bunch of things that were verifiably factually incorrect, not about COVID or anything, but about who had said what. In other words, I've never said this and you said that. Those sorts of claims, which I went and gathered evidence, and I'm like, okay, it's Facebook. Here's everything you actually said. Let's just lay it out there. And then I stopped. I just threw it away. I didn't keep it. I'm like, this is... If they very clearly had access to the same sort of thing that I did... I didn't have it downloaded. And it did nothing to sway their view already. Why would my reiterating it do anything to change their mind either? So instead, I went back and I basically wished them well. I didn't shut down the discussion. I found another opportunity in a different context to say, I hope that you and your spouse are well. This is a difficult time. I hope that you're well physically. You get the idea, you know. Well, at that point, the conversation just died. As soon as I wasn't interested in the least in pursuing this ridiculous argument, they had no interest in talking.
Sooner or later.
I think that says more than anything else. Like, how does that not speak to real underlying motivations, right? So it just comes down to the idea that, yeah, I don't have any real confidence that people who are taking these views and, you know, demonstrating what I see to be grotesque selfishness through all this, that any amount of, you know, like I'm interested I'm interested in what it is internally, psychologically, that builds their wall. What does their wall mean? Hornet's nest. I didn't realize I stepped into this. No, I didn't want the pre-warm thing. Top down for a minute. You know, in this situation, you know, it's, I think, normal to be of thinking, you know, like, well, I want to talk to the person who did this thing, who risked and compromised our health and safety. But why do I want to talk to him? Realistically, what do I think is going to happen? You know? Oh, I think one of my cats is sick. Poor little guy. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Move. No. I won't walk. Oh, I don't know what I just got something new. I don't know what that was. Let's go over here. Kind of hide down in the shadows here. Alright, now let's deal with stuff. Actually, let's take a look at the effect. That is Stealth Field. To-do Punch. They're slowed by 50%. That's nice. I'll take it. And then Aid. Car is still exploding in the background. Yeah, so it's a weird spot to be in. Like, I want to talk to them, but I am also not confident that talking to them will do anything but raise a lot of ire. Raise a lot of anger. On both sides. It'll tempt me to say or do things that, in the bigger picture, I know that I don't want to be a part of me. I don't want to be a part of who I am. Part of me does want consequence, like, you know, when you can demonstrate so clearly that risks that you have imposed on other people unwittingly have such dire consequences in any other context in society, driving recklessly and that kind of thing, yeah, you can be held accountable, and you should be held accountable. Reckless management of personal health. The thing is, if you go down that road, and I'm actually okay with this too, but it would open up a can of worms that, for other reasons, a lot of people wouldn't want to pursue, because there are a lot of people who then would be liable for, personally liable, criminally liable maybe, for things like STDs, which, I don't know, maybe they are. I don't know law on that point. So if you know you got it, and you don't tell someone else, and now they got it, are you, like, fiscally, criminally liable? Should there be legal consequences? Personally, yeah. Yeah, of course. Anyway. So maybe I'll come back around to that. But for right now, so, you know, focusing more on things that are, you know, more the immediate sort of issues. Well, that's the thing. It's not just the... So a couple things, actually. Let's talk long COVID again, just a little bit. Something that I meant to kind of throw out there earlier that I forgot is when you go back and look at other pandemics, Spanish flu, you're going to see long-term effects of those pandemics as well. In other words, some of those illnesses came with something like long COVID. This is not... So I won't make a claim here. I'll say that this is something that I need to look up. The idea that there were, at a national level in countries impacted by prior pandemics like the Spanish flu, that they actually had problems with, you know, reducing their, basically producing food and that kind of thing, right? Like agriculture suffered because they lost so many workers, because so many people were so profoundly impacted by the long-term effects, unexpected long-term effects of this illness, that yeah, they literally couldn't work the fields. And so they lost crops and livelihood. Which is just to say, you know, this is not like, oh, I just still feel a little rotten. Oh, I've still got a little bit of a cough. No, the long-term effects of these illnesses are profound. They're life-altering. And if that's scary, well, and you didn't know, maybe you needed to hear it. I mean, maybe you're already doing everything you need to keep yourself and other people safe. I don't know. But maybe you also need to hear it just because you need to know what other people are going through. You know? As soon as we get the main part of the pandemic managed, which is, who knows how long this is all going to take. But we're not done at that point. There is a long, long tail on this thing. make sure I'm okay. Whoops, I'm not okay. Really make sure they're dead. Now I think, oh good. Just saw the Tinker's bench over there. Alright. Yeah, I should go around looking to buy some ammo today. So this is kind of where I woke up this morning. Is I woke up thinking about what will long COVID look like now. You know, it's the thing that I didn't say anything yesterday. One of the reasons I didn't talk a lot about this yesterday was that talking about it, one person talking about it can be very, very stressful for other people. And I'm alone out here right now, checking again, make sure no one has snuck out. I don't want to stress out my kids in talking about this. You know, they've got enough on their plate, mentally, emotionally. I don't want to add to it. There's a time and a place for that sort of thing. But then, you know, my daughter mentioned yesterday, you know, she's wondering the same thing that I just mentioned. You know, it's we can't help but look at the situation and go, like, hey, we hope for some kind of, like, you know, vaccination plus antibodies plus, you know, other factors. Hey, maybe things will be better. That might sound weird and counterintuitive, and it kind of is. But that's sometimes the nature of hope. We hope that on the other side of this, that we'll be in a better spot than we were. That generally does not happen. And so if not that, then it's like, well, hopefully then we will be no worse off than before. And that's a possibility. But again, we don't know. And so there's the question that I've left out that I haven't said out loud because I don't even like thinking about it. You know. But I'll say, you know, what if things are somehow worse? What does that do to everything I was talking about before about wanting to have a sit down with the folks whose ignorance, willful ignorance, conspiracy theories, and other things are literally directly causing this? Like I suggested before, it actually puts me in a worse place in having those conversations. Because people will be trash. And they will make a claim that, oh, it's just your personal involvement that's biasing you. It's like, you know, my personal involvement is making me feel things much more intensely than maybe other people would. That's true. You can still evaluate my arguments for their content and reason. Their content and their logical connections, fallacies or not. In other words, it's possible to make sound arguments and have reasoned discussions about things, even when you're personally involved. And any attempt to exclude someone from a conversation because they're the person most impacted by a thing, that's probably going to sound familiar to a whole other group of people who routinely have to deal with that. And it has nothing to do with medical things. Black Lives Matter. You know, telling someone that they need to somehow shed their passions first before they can enter the conversation. I'm only going to talk to you if you can calm down first. On a personal level, I'll admit, I've been guilty of that one in the past. With people in my household, people with my family. Spock was my hero growing up. Dispassionate, logical discourse was my thing. And so when someone's having a heated argument and the first thing you bring to the table is, well, first you have to basically just...
What a day it's been, but I finally found it.
Anyway. Sometimes, so, it's just the nature of anger, right? Anger always feels directed. Anger very often tries to be directed. When we feel anger, it's a vector. We want to point it somewhere. That anger, in order to feel satisfied, has to have a target. But feeling satisfied in our anger is too often not the point. It's not healthy. But when you're feeling it, someone is feeling anger, even when it's not directed at you, when it's not directed at us. Those discussions can be really difficult because when someone's anger, and the anger is physically manifest in everything they're doing, it can be really, really tough to talk to that person. But maybe we just need to be quiet for a while. Don't assume that all the anger is directed at us, and when it is, still, just listen. All the exceptions about wellness and, not accepting personal harm and that kind of thing, still there. Not going to call that out every time. Maybe I will. And asking someone to completely deny their feelings, you're effectively asking them to be inhuman for a while. Again, it's not to say that, passions don't cloud reason. Of course they do. But what are you interested in? Nice, neat, orderly, and rapid argument? Or connection with another human being? Guess what a lot of people seem to be, are apparently interested in, based on what they choose. And again, I include, myself in that. I still probably have that tendency. Like, it would do me no good to try to say, oh, but I'm better now. Nope, that is still my inclination, is to try to have a better conversation by completely stripping the discussion of all those things that also need a voice. Here's someone else groaning. Where are they? How am I doing for experience? I've been wandering around on a monstrous, murderous rampage here. I'm almost leveled up again. I haven't seen any of the daily goals go by, though, so it makes me wonder what in the heck they are, if all this murder and mayhem hasn't actually moved the needle forward on any of those. It's a terrible thing to think about. It's okay, I'm only killing bad people. Let's see what they are. collect purified water. I don't even know how to start with that one. I apparently have done it a couple times. I don't know how. Kill a cryptid. Sorry, apparently some of the gold bugged me. Don't kill the nice robot. Yeah, Chloe. It's like a babysitter, right?
Ah, Leslie, there you are. Come speak to me this instant. You gave me quite a fright.
Poor thing's delusional. The other thing here, I'll be right back. So, Restream has been, the chat's been falling down lately. Yesterday when I refreshed it, it seemed to fix it for a little bit, so. Not that I don't even know if anyone's watching, honestly. And the way I've been ranting today, I'd be kind of surprised if, like I said, I think most people come to streaming to do not this. You know, it's meant to be light and entertaining. Which I'll be honest, I think is too bad. I think there's actually a lot of room for other stuff. Oh, there we go. Taking a look at things here. Be with you in just a moment. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Looked up expecting to see Fallout, and instead it was my desktop, which at that moment happened to be a picture of the coastline view from a beach in California. Not what I expected to see, but somehow kind of nice. Pardon me for a moment. Yep, saw that coming. Quickly. These things are awful. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, first time in a while. I have to go back grab my stuff now. Yeah, the turrets here are monsters, man. They're really, really awful. I don't know what kind of ammo they're putting in those things. So anyway, that's kind of where things are. Like I said, I woke up this morning. First thing I was thinking about was just all the questions, looking ahead, like knowing how things have been for the last year. Because, like I said, let me tell you, I'm still kind of hesitating to make any attempt to convey the full extent of what my wife has gone through with this. Just because, for a variety of reasons, because it is personal, because it's a sensitive matter, because, like I said, I'm always, a little bit aware of the fact that, my kids are in the house, and I don't want to say things that they already know are true, but that in bringing them up stresses them out, don't want to add to their burden. But it's been really hard for my wife. That was weird. For my kids. And as a family, you know what? We are, sadly, I think, accustomed to a lot of this. Was I not carrying any stuff? Really? Okay. You know, so the fact that it's happened just means that we go into support mode. I'm proud to say that we do that as a family. That, you know, when we found out my son had tested positive, that we managed the stress really well. We did what we need to keep people safe. We help one another. You know, he has certain chores around the house that he does every day, that most of which my daughter has just picked up without question. My daughter and I still, you know, I think her mostly, but we still tend to focus on making meals, taking care of dinner. We check with one another, make sure we're doing well. I like our family. I like how we respond. I like how we respond to crisis, and unfortunately, like I said, we've had a lot of practice. Sucks, but it's life. Oh, that's new. I forgot that I had taken off all the parts that maintain my guns so that I would have to fix them more often, and that seems to be working. I now have to fix it. Did I actually start using some of these chems that I picked up? Getting a little scuffle. Do I remember to take some stuff that'll improve the damage output? Anyway, yeah, so we've gone into usual our family's support mode, and we're taking care of one another. But yeah, we can't help but look ahead. You know, wake up this morning and think, you know, what if? What if it gets worse? What does that mean for her? What does that mean? You know, and it's mostly, what does it mean for her? For, you know, for her quality of life. And there's the thing that I've been struggling to say. It's a question that's on all of our minds that is very difficult to say out loud. I can make it. So apparently I think one of the pieces of armor I have minimizes or cuts fall damage, so that's good. That's nice. You know, the other thing about wondering why people react to this whole thing the way they do. I'm still curious about that.
If you ignore me, your parents will certainly hear this.
Okay. I am still curious about it, but in a different way than I used to be, I think, because, again, when you look at previous instances of this, previous pandemics, that is, previous pandemics, and you see that people's responses were really categorically, in terms of classes of responses, seem to have been very similar, if not exactly the same, on some level. In other words, if you're going to ask why these sorts of things happen and why people respond the way they do, you kind of have to maybe consider that it's something much deeper in human nature, which, honestly, given my stance on things, my broader perspective, shouldn't surprise me at all. Have to find an armor bench next, see how that's doing. For now, let's drop off the scrap. Have I been down here already? Yeah, okay. No armor bench in here though, right? Oh. What do you have? Have any ammo? You do. What kind of ammo do you have? Not a lot. Have a drab shop you have here, buddy. Vaguely depressing. Okay. Then head back to base camp, check my armor, get ready and head out again. Maybe start focusing on some of the goals. Yeah, I feel like I've I don't know. For what it's worth, I feel like I've talked through most of the things that were kind of weighing on me, at least when I woke up this morning. I have no hope that anyone will actually ever see this either. You know, not that I think that's some kind of wonderful whatever. It's just me ranting. You know, I have to say though, you know, I've kind of accepted, like in streaming, like I've got a serious bent, a serious sort of angle on things, and that's personally what I enjoy. It's why I read what I do. It's why I write what I do. And it feels like folks who like this sort of thing, you know, we're fewer, further between. You know, most of the content out in popular culture, in media, and that kind of thing is oriented around escapism. I wonder how much that factors in too. You know, and that one covers both camps. This idea that people feel entitled to remain comfortable in their ideas and their thoughts and their but there's a line between self-care and doing what you need to do to stay informed, to recognize, you know, the real underlying inescapable fact of our coexistence. Life is hard and we're all going to die. Hey, cheerful stream today. But it's true. You know, people tend to, have always avoided that more than we have faced it head on. It's the other reason that, like, while I personally, like, to the writing point, I love working on what I am. I'm content with what I'm doing. At the same time, I don't actually expect... I will be really surprised if I finally get it done and any significant number of people actually read it. I mean, yes and no. Yeah and no. Because there's a lot of it that is, you know, in its principles, maybe, you know, tries to cover significant things, but hey, so do most books. You know, including popular things. I'm gonna jump out of this thread. It feels wonky. Started to go a place, didn't go where I thought it might go. I don't feel like, oh, gotcha. It doesn't feel very well reasoned out, so I'm just gonna leave it. It comes down to part of it is that like I'm content with the content I make and with what I'm producing creatively. I would love to be able to connect with more people along those lines. But the thing is, I think I've tried to connect along lines that people who are into those things don't traditionally gravitate towards. You know, if you get someone who is more, I don't know, the people who like the sorts of things I typically like are not the same set of people who typically watch streams or who stream themselves. I'd like to see that change. I will do my best to be that change. Or I'm just not finding them, and that could be too, because again, Google, most search engines and algorithms and whatnot are going to promote what they promote. It's stuff that's more oriented around what it is, and that's where I stopped, because it feels like I'm accusing. I don't want to get into a mode where I'm just griping about the way things are and how people liked what they liked. That's not the point. It's more that I know I'm not alone, and I would love to be able to find the other folks who like talking kind of in this mode and about these things. And the way things are oriented right now, that's just tough. That's probably the best statement that I can come up with, is just the way things are set up right now, is that it's a little biased in one direction, and it makes it tough for people with genuine shared interests in a different, smaller set of things to find one another. Which is, when you think about it, that's weird too, right? On the internet? I mean, the internet thrives on micro communities. But yeah, at the same time, discovering those communities can still be kind of tough. We doing an event? Is there something going on? Did I wander? No, okay. There's another person here. I'm like, normally I wouldn't expect to find anyone here. Okay. Where to go next? So I just need to continue this killing spree, basically. So where do I go to do that? Yeah, sure, let's go to the South Mountain Lookout and go from there. Anyway, what I started to say earlier, though, the shorter version is that I don't expect I'll get a ton of views on this, just based on past experience. However, if you're someone who has come along and found this and you've watched to this point, or you jumped ahead and are seeing this, do leave a comment wherever you're seeing it, or on Twitter, Ken_McGowan MC Jason WWA. I want to know. I want to know what you think. The shotgun is not doing nearly enough damage, and you're attacking me from the right. That's not. Yeah, the shotgun's not doing nearly as well as I would like it to. Stop it. Well, you guys are the reason I was here, technically. There we go. Nice. And here's the thing. If, anyone who's not, like, on the same side, people who see things differently, I can say with all honesty that I sincerely want to understand how you got to where you are. What is different? What is the basis for that? Like, where does it come from? Go away. That's fine. You know, make no promises to reach some kind of hello, any kind of quote unquote safe middle or peaceful middle. Saw the fence there and thought, hey, that looks like those might shoot out at me if I'm not careful. There's my cat. But yeah, either way, do drop a comment. Let me know what you think. It's funny, you know, so the most popular videos on this little channel I run have been the oddballs, the things that I don't do regularly. The most viewed one is easily the last half hour of The Tomorrow Children, where you get fans of the game who, you know, like myself, would love to see the game come back. And so it's an opportunity for people to kind of just, you know, express how sad they are that it's gone. Which is, you know, it's nice to connect with people. There's the BioShock reveal that I did. There's a spoiler where it's kind of the main moment in the original BioShock game. Is also very popular. Actually, that was kind of fun. That one got featured on a fairly popular like video game news site. They referenced my video in an article on BioShock, so lots of folks who were reading the article came and visited my channel, so that was fun. And the other ones are some little clips of the game Transistor I posted. And those, you get a lot of people, oh, I love this game. And what I've got in there is a link to a blog post I wrote where I talked about the game's not nearly as awesome as... I didn't phrase it this way, but I'm basically talking about how the game has major issues with its story. That as good a game as it is in terms of its mechanics and music and art, that in terms of the story, it fails utterly. It just falls flat. So naturally, there are a few people who saw the link and followed it and are like, you're nuts. Did you even play the game? I get people using extra punctuation in their statements, explaining to me, you know, how I'm just not getting it. It's like, all right. I will be right back. Just a moment, folks. Put up this. And welcome back. Well, now that I've stepped away for a minute, we'll see if the tone changes. I don't know. Not bloody likely. Sounds like Annika needs lunch. Some vegetarian ham and some canned meat stew. Some imitation seafood. That's a mix. Where am I going? Am I going the right way? Let's go left. Let's go west. What do we got down here? Yeah, that's what I thought. This is where a bunch of the Mirelurks are, and I just don't want to deal right now. Especially that one phasing in and out of existence. Nope. Long story short, I don't care what you believe. I hope your family's safe. I hope you're safe. I hope you're doing what you can to keep other people safe. But be very clear if you're not wearing the mask where you need to, if you're not vaccinating, if you are basically treating this like any other day in any other year without a pandemic, you're not. You're not doing the minimum that you need to do to keep people safe and well.
We found an area we'd like to have a closer look at. We're transmitting coordinates to the local bot stop. Proceed there and protect our patrollers, would you? That is all.
Random bug where every once in a while you just automatically complete top a squatter even though you've done nothing at all.
I may have additional assignments for you to carry out.
Back over here. Yeah, like I said, I think I'm talked out on the main points. I'm curious. One area where I think I'm different, I've seemed to be different from what I've observed from a lot of people, is that the way that I tend to want to engage people on this stuff. You know, dang. Oh, I've got to fix this thing. Whoop. It seems to me like a lot of people equate being confident in their views about being, let's just say there's a certain mode of, engaging with people that then they adopt. Like, I'm right, I'm confident I'm right, so why should I pull punches? Why should I show any sort of tact or grace or anything like that? There's too much at stake to be nice. And yeah, I will freely admit, I think that's BS. It's really hard to talk about. I think it'd probably be better to save that for a natural conversation, not just talking into the void. Just because there's a lot of subtlety in it. But I guess I'm curious to find people who feel that that's true. I feel like maybe certain ways of talking about this are just pulling punches too much. I don't think that's true. Oh, hello. I don't think it's true in the least. I think that the same compassion that makes you want to protect people from getting sick should be applied. Ouch. Ooh, you're nasty. Yeah. Oh, there we go. His health wasn't going down, Apparently it was a server glitch. That it kind of landed all at once. Interesting that the Wendigos always have, or always seem to have, the treasure maps on them. There's gotta be a story there. Okay. Let's see about changing the ammo capacity on that pipe gun. Oh, wrong kind of bench. I wasn't looking closely enough. So not there. Save that for later. Then how are we doing on the daily stuff? We got repair, complete the event encrypted. Those are the weeklies. We've got purified water, complete an event. Yep. Kill a cryptid, 1 of 3. Kill a legendary, and level up. Okay. What other kinds of cryptids can we take on? It's probably going to be one up here, Charleston. Snallygasters count, right? Lots of ammo in that gun. That should do the trick. Why, there's one now. Great sound effects for these things, too. Get out, get out. I think that the Snallygasters are maybe my favorite, like the creepiest sort of thing that they've added to the game. Wendigos to me, they were scary at first, now they end up seeming honestly a little silly. Couple times I ran into them, that was not the case. They did not seem very silly at all. The Grafton monsters, honestly, I thought they were going to be terrifying. They're really just kind of sad. I don't know. I mean, they're gross, too. But they're not the fearsome, terrifying things I thought they would be. So yeah, the argument is trying to make is that if you're not willing, if you think that basically your position on something warrants any mode of engagement, regardless of how you expect the other person will act, maybe you aren't interested in actually moving towards anything better. That's kind of what it comes down to. You know, you can make all the claims you want about how they're wrong and what they're doing is hurting people, and it's like, no, that just means it's even more important that change happens. What I would not say is that at any point in those kinds of discussions do you need to cede something fundamental, cede CED. In other words, you don't need to yield on any sort of point that compromises someone's safety, wellness, value, humanity. But you do talk. I was surprised to find also in the last year how many people I knew on both sides of the issue who were like, well, that's it. Basically, these people don't deserve the truth. They don't deserve to, you know, they don't deserve to be talked to. Exactly. So you are making a claim about how basically they've compromised their humanity. That they don't have worth as a person anymore. It's hard to get away from that point. If you're saying that they don't, anyway, you get it. Maybe you disagree, but maybe you get it. Well, there's naturally a point where the conversation is no longer productive. Okay, now I should be able to modify that then. There we go. The Gourmands. Oh, we can fix it too. Let's see. Swift magazine, not bad. Let's go with the drum magazine. How much more do we have? 3 more. 3 more bullets. Alright. Fine. We're putting that back. Hopefully I have the parts. I don't. What am I missing? Oh, gunsmith. Okay. That I can fix. Like, well, hell. That's disappointing. Yeah, I really thought the drum magazine would be hold significantly more ammo. But no. Oh, hiccups. What was the other one? I forgot what the other one was. First aid, that was the other one. There we go. Okay, well, there's that. Yeah. It is what it is. It has as much ammo as it has, and we're done. So we need to level up. We need to complete some event. We need to kill a legendary enemy. Okay. And we need to buy ammo still. So let's take a look around for that too. So what about an event? Anything going on? Oh, there we go. of course. We're going to do that one. Already some people up there.
Heads up, responders. The food processing machines at Mama Dolce's have finally cooled down enough to work again. I've set them up to make cans of stew using the ingredient containers spread around the factory. The machines make a hell of a racket, so you'll probably get some unwanted guests.
Make sure I have this one selected. Toggle active. There we go. Waiting. What's it doing upstairs? There, I've done work. I killed a thing. I qualify. I want my prize at the end. Can't tell where the little guy is. One of those robots around here somewhere, the little tin can things. It's dead, sir. Look out. I don't see a lot of other people using that legendary perk. Again, I think it's actually kind of pointless. There have been a couple times where the explosion damage actually helps me out, right? They got it. We'll let them do it. We'll run over here again. Cover this in case it says repair the pipe. It's not fix the circuit breakers, so we'll let someone else fit that. Is someone repairing the pipe? Yes, they are. Nicely done. I feel like everything else that's buzzing around my head this morning is just too meta to try to bring out into full view. So we'll let it sit. I think I could summarize everything I was just trying to say by saying that, you know, the conversation needs to go on. It's more important than ever. But like I was also making the argument earlier, I do think that there's a need for consequences for demonstrable negligence. If you are just careless, and as a result, people get sick, you should be held culpable. The problem that you, if anything, is logistics. There are so many people who are doing that actually dealing with it consistently, I think, would be beyond the capacity of our enforcement and court systems. Again, we go over here. Just wait right by the fuse box. I think there's like 3 different things that can go wrong at random. So, fuse box usually seems to be one of them. It'll shoot you in the butt if you stay there. There you go. Someone's got spare energy. Cool. Picked another box. 2 boxes, apparently. Got some treasury notes. Alright, what's up next? Collect purified water and level up. Let's go home and do that. And tick. There we go. 6 out of 5. Bonus points. Did I get any weapons or armor I don't want? Good. Okay. Do something real quick here. There we go. Let's see. Now what? Probably have some cooking to do. Let's go deal with that. To use the stove in the room upstairs. Oh, apparently someone was here. All right. there's not a lot here, but I kind of like the layout of the place. I like the implicit story in it. Okay, we already checked there for lead. Let's go look at some of the other regular spots and see what we can find. Start out with Site Charlie. Still, maybe one of my favorite guns. Just very, very effective at keeping the enemies at a distance, dealing with them before they ever get close enough to cause any trouble. Y'all just stay over there. And also lie down forever. Nope, nope, nope. I can see you getting an idea there. Stay. We're switching. Oh, that gun's empty too. Oh, you gotta get here. Get away. Going all windmill on me there. See, the downside to having so many different guns is I'm not keeping them all loaded and ready. There's so many different ones to check. Okay, there we go. I will take your pencil and later turn it into bullets. So yeah, it's been weird not having that weekly goal of getting like 1,500 caps or whatever. I already got that one. I'm so used now to whenever I pick up caps, a little reward thing triggering.
Access denied. Facility lockdown in progress.
I would love to know why that keeps happening. Like, is it really just that people are actually getting ready to launch nukes that often? Because it seems like 4 times out of 5, maybe, lately, I can't get into the silos because of that. Presumably because someone's getting ready to complete the silo run. But I also don't see that many nukes dropping, so really? Is that really what's going on? Yeah, I see ya. Hey, big guy. Whoop. Ouch. Oh, you did not. No, you didn't. Bears are too... Look how fast he is, too. Bears are overdone in this game. Never mind Death Claws. Never mind Scorch Beasts. Bears and Mirelurk Kings are they like rule the place. Hey, what do you know? Now the question is there any lead down here at all?
Unrecognized personnel detected. Activating security system Alpha.
May I? There we go. Grab the usual assortment of things. Again, fixing guns, doing mods and that kind of thing more often, so it's good to have an ample supply. Oh no, I am cloaked and you may not see me. Cheater. Weird. I'll just keep bringing it on though, because, you know, I need the experience. Nope, nope. I don't know, maybe I should do a silo run sometime soon. Hey, brilliant. So I think I'm going to stick to the plan of basically like collect lead, buy ammo for a while so I can build up a stockpile of lead. So that then, you know, basically swap between taps and lead for getting my ammo. Good boost. Good for you. You got in one little hit there at the end. So checked on my wife this morning. She's, you know, naturally been letting her rest. Got her some fresh water and stuff. And good news there is well, the bad news is through a lot of the night she was very, very sore. You know, COVID isn't all about the respiratory syndromes. There's stomach stuff and just general aches. This is really interesting too, like medically. She normally does not get fevers. That is kind of a weird thing about her condition also. Because fevers typically, well, I won't try to, I think I'll mess up the explanation if I try, so I'm not even going to try here. But the point is, she's actually having a fever from this. So again, it raises questions around what is her immune system actually doing? Is this a new thing? Like, you know, in a weird roundabout way, is this some kind of progress? But yeah, she's feeling pretty rotten through a lot of the night. Feeling better this morning. Still very, very, very fatigued. So, but yeah, I will take any good news. So yeah, the fact that she is feeling, get in here, get away, get away, get away. The fact that she's not as sore as she was yesterday and last night, that's a good thing.
DEFCON 1. DEFCON 1. All personnel, secure your stations and stand by.
You know, just hang out in here for a while, kill robots. Cause, yeah, that'll help me get some experience too. And I think they should keep producing a pretty steady supply. So I think that's what we're gonna do.
Unidentified intruder detected. Beginning search.
Hopefully I'm far enough away. Wait, circuit board. Mostly okay. I'll take the rusty canister too. Why not? All the poor beat-up typewriters you find in this game. Poor neglected things. crawling away. Oh, poor sad little guy. Well, you started it. Technically, man, I was just here for the lead. Are you still crawling? Nope. That's interesting. He was still moving there for a little bit. What, did he, like, die from the, like, fire damage or what? It was weird. Spilled the coffee. Well, yeah, why don't I go ahead, I will do the things I need to do here to go a little deeper into the silo. I don't think I'm going to do a full silo run. But it would be kind of handy to go a little further in and find, a workbench where I could scrap the lead and that kind of thing, so that I'm not having to carry that around everywhere. I have some more scrap kits I could use too, but I'd rather not. Rather save those for when I'm stuck, when I really need them. Alright, so the first things first, I need to find a place where I can lay low for just a minute. Because I have to excuse myself briefly. Again, I'll be right back. Put on the music and be back in a moment. Okay, back again. Yeah, I think that's all I need from there. Let's see. So we'll need a T-tard. No, a nuclear T-tard. Just little, those little pass cards. And you usually find them any number of places around here. I'll just take a look around.
All systems nominal.
Are they, though? Oh, there's one. I think this will clear it. Yeah.
Security incident in the residential sector.
Oh, everything was nominal like 3 seconds ago. Not nominal now? What changed? Oh, right. It's you magically detected me picking up the card. Yeah. Lame. Here comes the bot parade. Yee. Nasty guns. Okay. This is one of those moments where I was talking about I need to remember to use some of the 10s and do more damage. Sending out the butlers to fight, huh? Yeah, I totally forgot about that. That when you pick up one of the T-tards, it magically detects that you've done so and starts sending out the heavier guns. Which, oh well, is what it is. All right, let's and they will continue to come out. So we gotta get busy here and get the work done. I'm gonna hang out in here for a while. Come on, close the door. And if I'm gonna find that workbench I need. I kinda like the look.
Assembling reinforcements.
They're becoming. Now I have to. Bloody bastard.
Man, you're tougher than the military guys.
Security teams to Sector Alpha.
Oh, right, right. Ooh. Didn't get as much damage as I thought it would. This going. Cool.
Fabricating replacement security personnel. Access granted.
Seriously, these guys are way more like in your face than the cutscenes. Oh, hi.
Hostile target identified.
Thanks for all the lead. Thought I saw some ammo down there, guess not.
Welcome, Jenna. Scanning. Keycard detected. Proceed to the control room with your nuclear keycard and launch code.
I didn't realize I had
initiate
one.
the launch.
What else to use? Let me put those on favorite, and then let's see where they turn up. Yeah, number 7. Okay. Stopped to run and forgot I am carrying way too much stuff. Can't actually run right now.
Law-abiding citizens will not be harmed.
You charged up again a little quickly, don't you?
Scanning for hostiles.
Ah, I forgot the feature that's there. And these things, oh, I was going to say they never seem to have parts left over.
The current threat level is red.
What does that mean? Yeah, I don't have the protection to do everything that I would normally do in here either, honestly. Yeah. Mr. Gutsy, huh?
Doors have sealed to limit contamination. Engineering team, proceed to the reactor control station to
Let's
initiate repairs.
use this. That. Oh, there. I'm like, it didn't do anything at first. I'm like, hey, wait a minute. Really, I gotta remember, all I'm looking for is a workbench. That's the goal. Because I'm gonna get cooked in here if I'm not careful. Yeah, this is already feeling like more than I want to do. Yeah, look at the rats. I'm not prepped. I don't have my super suit. Yeah, there are those, but I'm not taking off my armor to wear one of those. Even using a Rad-X, it is not helping. Radiation in there is just too high. Which is a bummer, because now I have to walk all the way back out, carrying all this garbage. So, yeah, I can use a scrapping kit. Oh, aluminum. Yeah, take that. There's nothing here. I kind of wish there was one in here. That would be really handy. But, oh well, wish away. Checking to make sure I didn't miss anything obvious on the way in, but no. Same as always. There are workbenches down there, but they're pretty deep in, I think. So, yep, we'll have to use one of the scrapping kits. Miscellaneous. There we go. What else? How about... Oh, I don't have a disease cure, do I? Oh well. There we go. That'll do. Alright, jeez, which one was this? Oh yeah, there. I forgot where I was entirely. Go to Site Bravo, see if I can pick up some more. What happened? That was weird. What was that? Site Bravo, fast travel. Yes. Strange. Okay. Level 197. Excuse me. Yeah, so this rate should be level 200 by next regular streaming time, Thursday. I kind of like how this is working just as a little trial thing. I like I've done an anchor day. Thursdays start between 5 and 6 Pacific time. Doesn't mean I can't stream other times if I really want to. Although, the original reason I got away from streaming for a while was so that I could spend a lot more time writing. And not just writing on my work in progress, the novel, but writing other things too. And I've kind of gotten away from that. So I do think there's room to find better balance here. Hey, what do you know? So yeah, same problem here. I'll probably have to use yet another scrap kit just to get the ammo back. Or ammo, the lead
Potential
back.
not found. Activating security system alpha. Stand by for security inspection.
Okay. There we go. Let's pick up less of the just general stuff in the room. Focus on the lead. You're dead. You're about to blow up. Nope. Nope. You're missing me entirely. I don't even know why you're firing. Yeah, another good haul today.
Talking much. Nothing there after all.
Zippity doodah across the hallway, except I can't because I'm over encumbered. No zip, just doodah. Curious to me they spend so much time building that model that was showing on the wait screen there, the load screen. This weird alien, thing. That I keep hoping that they'll do something more with the story, Like, they just have it tend to sit passively in the background. In various games. Like, do something with it. Is it some weird combination like alien invasion / Lovecraftian cult thing? Like, it'd be okay to have at least one creature that you really isn't meant to be fought. You know what I mean? Like, even with a Wendigo Colossus, you can fight that thing. What if you have something where it's just, its nature is such that you just want to stay the heck away from it? Or you have to stay the heck, oh yeah, it might be a workbench here. It's there to sort of instill fear in you. It doesn't have to show up as a regular creature. It can be something that you only see once or twice as part of an event. That would be kind of cool. There you are. You're standing sideways. You're so skinny I can't hit you. Hey, people keep stepping out from around the corner and dying. What do you want to do? I don't know. I'll step out and see. Yeah, good enough. Really? Nothing? The Folks who had to maintain this. Oh, there. I'm like, it's usually utility shed or something. But even then, I don't know if I'm gonna find a workbench in here or not. Nope. Crud. All right, worth a check. Where to from here? Yeah, I'm not doing the draft and steel for that or that. Jeez, all the way to the Pioneers. I swear they make it tough on purpose to find. Like, if you're gonna do the silo run, there's like no workbenches for miles outside them. And that's just dumb. Is that a robot I hear? Yeah, I distinctly hear what sounds like one of the Mr. Handy thrusters. Not seeing anyone though. Where am I? Oh, I think I'm walking right past it. Take a breather. Okay. Thank goodness I have recovered from weeping sores. Seems like usually there are ghouls around here. Yeah, thought so. Don't be shy. Come on out. Hey, little guy. Where you going? Now where's the workbench? Any workbench will do. Although weapons workbench would be nice because I'm pretty sure that my guns are close to being fried again. Nothing at all.
In northern climates, moss grows on the northern side of trees, where there's more shade.
Click.
It's a good idea to regularly sharpen your fishing hooks with a metal file.
So there is a workbench around here somewhere. I wonder, boy, I stopped even trying with the tokens. How many do I have? One. Jeez. So many of the challenges they had around that were just a pain in the keister. They're not very much fun to try to do. So, as soon as they had other challenges to do, it's like, yeah, I think I'm done with those other ones. Let's try, little guy. Yes, that thing. Get that. Probably no workbenches in there. It's all flooded. Gonna find one. Woo! You're big. Yikers. Yeah, so bears and stuff, yeah. Oh, and I'm out of ammo for that gun. Neat. Wow. Which reminds me of the other thing I need to do once I'm done with this. Seriously, where's a workbench? It's a camp. You're telling me they don't have anything here? I don't buy it. Good heavens. There, okay, maybe up here. Nothing. I don't buy it. Again, it's a camp. Where are you working your projects? There's got to be something around here. I just keep picking up new stuff too. Yeah, I've been in there. Okay. That's the flooded building. Okay, how about over at the Super Mutants camp over there? Is that one? That might be one. Finally. Good grief. That's what I wanted to hear. Perfect. Oy. Alright. Let's go look for a camp. See if we can buy some ammo. Slow day, huh? Fair amount of ammo there. Check it out. What's my phone saying? Not a lot. What the heck? Is that a camp? It is. This is awesome. Nicely done. Simple little thing, but again, like it blended into the town enough. I'm like, wait a minute, is that a player thing or they had a building? Nice. Alright, let's see. Don't need those. Got plenty of those. Do I want to buy 900 fusion cells? How many fusion cells do I have? No, I'm doing fine there. No need. 308 rounds. Yeah, let's go ahead. There, that's not that many there. That's fine. And again, give him the old nicely done. Don't hide behind the tree. We take that just to stop that infernal beeping. Let's just see what's going on down here. Look at this, is so cool looking. I've talked a lot about how I don't like how all the windows are broken all the time. Locked? Yeah. That is the private residence. We won't try to break in there. Pretty neat looking though. But anyway, I think they've made really good use of them. How it kind of gives you a view into what's going on in there. Cool. Alright. So there's some ammo. Let's go see what else we can find. What about you? Ammo. Whoop! You have a lot. Holy cow. Okay. Oh, that's fun. Those are interesting. Okay. They have invested pretty seriously in a lot of stuff here. Regular scrap box. Regular scrap box. There we go. Drop off all the stuff. Okay. Let's see. Nice. I like what they did. Where's the actual vending machine? Is that down here? Hello. Nice. Oh, now that I'm in here, I can't get out. Am I missing it? Where's the vending machine? What is that? No. Oh, it's you guys. Forgot. You even got one of those. Corpsey the clown. Okay. Looked at all the cheap ammo. Let's see. These are very expensive to make, so I'm actually going to focus on buying a bunch of these. Guys, I'm going to spend a full 1,000 on them. 1,001. Draining my cap reserves. Got plenty of those. Also, just get 1,000. I might be over purchasing just a little bit, but I'm kind of okay with that. These I can make pretty easily. Like if I'm going to use some of that lead I picked up, this is not a bad use of it. I think it's probably going to be significantly cheaper to do that. Alright, well, again, leave the old nice place. Nope, that there. And we also do a love the shop. Thanks for the ammo. Let's go get some experience. Level up. And then maybe do just a little bit of the daily grindy things. So where to level up? Let's check a few things here. So we've got that one, which we need to load up. There we go. We've got that one, which is doing okay, but again, I need to go pick up some of those from the stash box in the place. What are you doing? I'm acting like the stash box is there. Oh, someone's blown up the parking lot. Again, as usual. Alright. Go to ammo and go to 38 rounds and grab another couple thousand. Really? Oh my gosh. I hate their like acceleration model for picking up ammo. Alright. You're good. You're good. That one's fine, that one's fine. We're set. Now where to go? We just need to go somewhere where we can take out some high-level something or others. This should work. And then, yeah, a few things, and then do the few treasury note missions for the day, and then call it good. He's like, what did you do? It's always kind of sad how the iBots very often won't attack you right away. They'll just come over and stare at you sort of incredulously, like, what have you done, my friend? Stay over there. Stay over there. None of that, sir. Let's see if we can take out the big guy. I heard him over here. Where? Oops. Where is he? There he is. Am I stuck? Oh, good. I'm not stuck. Cam up. I've become addicted to all cyclotams. You guys suck. I got a little too soon. Cool. And now, yeah, we're still a ways off from leveling up. Takes so long. What's that? Heart of the Swamp. Sure.
Attention, this here's Raleigh Clay on a priority message recording. A Stranglerheart's been picked up in the vicinity and its vine-infested creatures won't be far behind. To anyone listening, take down that heart before it controls too many creatures and things get out of hand.
Stock standard gun this time around. I don't want to waste all my heavy gun ammo. And while I'm thinking about it, let's do this. Shotgunner, master shotgunner, expert. Like that. Yeah, this should help. Are you open again? Creepy thing. Hey, I'm not getting the health benefits from the vampires on. Are you dead? No, he died. That's probably why. Probably shooting the dead thing. I'm gonna have to shoot a live thing for that to work. Cool. Good deal. Over encumbered. What can I drop? Weapons! Let's see. Sturdy combat. Yep, don't want it. Oh, it's armor. Weapons. Was that enough? That was not enough. Oh, and I'm addicted too, so we've got to use a... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, shoot. I didn't bring it with me. Alright. Rats. Really not that seriously over encumbered, so let's have some food, cup of coffee, time to enjoy the moment here. Finish it off with some snack cakes and maybe some bubble gum? No? How are we doing now? Better. Okay, there's that. Let's go up to the crater. While I'm here, I'll try to remember to drop off any of the scrap I'm carrying. See if I can lighten the load, store the grenades, all the usual. Ugh, excuse me. I'm carrying a lot more ammo now too, so that's got to factor in. There we go. Didn't get any of the dailies yesterday. They just never reset while I was playing. Which, you know, that stinks.
You want to survive? You do what you gotta do.
Scrap the junk. And there's nothing else. Store the junk. Do I talk to Roxy or whatever her name is? Roxy? Yeah.
Here's the name. Got a bit of a head start on you, but... Good. You're not a flake. I had a hunter follow the trail earlier. If you only find a corpse, well... Just send a message. Nothing fancy. A bullet, a knife, strong words. You know, use what you got.
Yeah, they're right near a fast travel spot, so let's see if we can catch them. Once I do that, I might have to go kill the hunters anyway, but we'll see. I like these because you don't have to kill them every time. Sometimes they're dead anyway. Yeah. Whoopsie. Alright. How did it target him inside the building instead of the guy sitting right up on top? Come on, bats. This is actually a good time for this thing. What? Huh? Okay. What is going on over there? What is that? What? What is going on? Oh. Wow. Not what I expected. Get off. Away with you.
Stupid lady.
Who, me? Or are you referring to the ghoul, maybe? Oh, there you are. What? Where did you come from? Get off. Go on. Jeez, it like dropped out of nowhere. Oh, I'm down to my last ammo with this too.
Scared already?
No. Who's inside the building? Talking about being scared. Oh, I thought you were inside the building. Oh, there you are. Save that other ammo. Okay. Now what? Oh, yeah, I'm like, what was I even doing? Like, I didn't remember what I was up to here. Alright. Yeah, back. Do I take some Dictol while I'm thinking about it too? Wrong place. Still. Nope. Alright. Anything there? Aid. Dictol. Got plenty. No disease cure. I thought I had some. Much better.
I hate it when things get messy.
Can I cross this name off my list or what? Nice work. I've got a little extra set aside for my best hunters here. Thanks for dealing with this, kid. So you're due some payment here. Hard work deserves real pay. Now...
And there's the leveling up, finally. Cool. Anything else? We're good. And the other thing I forgot last time was getting rid of these. The mine, I'm not keeping. I'll just put that, leave that on the ground somewhere. Drop it, but not like that. Alright, there's one. Two more. We got the photography thing, and there's that. And then foundation, and that'll be it for the day.
So good to see you again. Splendid. Ah, excellent. Good hunting, as they say. You've met Paige, yes? It is therefore, it goes without saying, Spruce Knob Lake, if you could provide, and that's all we need.
The late one is a pain to do because there's usually like Mirelurk Kings, Mirelurk Queen. Like, I just want to go down and take a photo. What is that? Tea time. Let's do that. May as well jump in on the lighter weight group events that have treasury notes as part of the reward. Because at this point in the figure, I'm saving up for the jetpack. That's 1,500. I think I'm at about 300 now. So, and that's about a week's worth of work. So, you know, next month, sometime, maybe.
I'm so pleased to announce that the boilers here at the Giant Teapot are full again. That means my special blend will be bubbling up shortly. So, if you fancy a nice cuppa, the more the merrier.
Good.
The boilers the local creatures don't like this next part. Shame, really. Just keep an eye out for trouble.
Now we park it and wait. No idea at this point what I'm going to do with the perk points that I get for leveling up now. Basically, it's just like before, hang on to them till I get some kind of plan, and then... But yeah, at this point, I mean, the other option is, you know, spend them and then scrap the cards I get immediately. So basically, you get 2 points per level towards the legendary perks, which is, frankly, nothing. Not even worth talking about. Yeah, it's more like it. You know, looking at the number of people on each server, I'm kind of curious. I'd love to know their stats. Like, how many people do they have playing Fallout at any given time these days, globally? Switch back to the other gun just because this one's just a little too slow. Scorched? Really? What are you doing here? It's supposed to be bugs and that kind of thing. That was wave 1, huh? I swear she has to like rebuild this gun every time I reload. Take off the thing, unscrew that, okay, pull in a bullet, and then repeat. I heard a buzzing, apparently it's just the pipe. Creepy things. Just the one with blood, huh? Hey. Cool. And then back to Foundation, doing all that stuff. So starting out, doing that. Whoop. Okay, well that works. Four hours again. That's why I got away from this game too. Yeah, when I was playing like The Room, that whole series, or Fall Guys, you know, it might be an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours at the outside. Now that I'm playing 76 again, it's like, no, 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 this is a large part of my life. I'm not sure I want it to be. So... there we go. No. Gross thing. Level 100 bloat fly. Give me a break. Yeah, I get it. You done, Owie. Stop grunting. See what we have to deal with today. Should have saved it for you. That worked. Up. There we go. Come on. And let's activate that one too. Talk to Ward. Yep. There we go.
Welcome. Next week it'll be my turn on guard duty.
Derek and I can finally settle down.
Afternoon.
If you're looking to trade, check out Sonny's.
Well, the Blood Eagles are a dangerous offshoot of the Raiders. They don't get along with the Craters.
Where is Paige? Oh. There we go. Say cheese.
Civilization is being rebuilt.
Oops.
Right
Come
here
on.
in Foundation.
Okay. Nothing to do there. Where is Ward relative to all this? Oh, there he is.
Newcomers make me nervous. Finally, the last function. If you can get it back. Excellent. For I can show you up.
Off we go. Wrong button. Go to the radio, property tracker. And I don't have a lot of ammo there. Let's switch to something else. Ooh. I'd rather not. Come on, give me the feed. Okay, 53. Good. Good, good, good. We're going away from all that mess. What do you want to bet? Oh, didn't realize he saw me. Let's heal up a bit. Oh, sure. What's going on? I feel like I'm about to trip over the corpse. I just can't see it. Whoop, nope. I'm really not seeing it here, is it? I wonder if it, occasionally they will disappear down below the surface of the map. Really. Excuse me. Yeah, I may have to disappear and travel back in just because. Oh, there. Okay, well, the property detectors just busted that time. That's nice. Line in the sand. We're going to go do it. How many people are there? None. We'll try it. I don't know. Wait for more people to show up this time, though, before I tick it off. You know what? I have time. Let's do this. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. There. Store all the junk. Super duper. And ammo smith. Let's make some ammo. Good. What else do I need? Let's take a look. Clear it out a little bit. There we go. Okay, I think everything else I'm probably fine. Got plenty of 308s, 38s. 556, I could use a little more. Let's make a few more of those. I thought I bought more of those at the place. I'm a little nervous about what I may have accidentally bought, but oh well. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Sometimes I'm a little surprised as long as it does to take them out. But sometimes it seems to go really quick. Other times, not so much. And why am I moving so slow? It was a little sludgy. Let's do it. There's one other person here, so.
Automatic boot sequence starting. Power cycling. Get ready, brothers.
Cool, we got a third. Alright. Starting to think we might be able to do this. Yep. Let's see. What?
Code Alpha Rodeo Niner. Perimeter sensors picking up inbound. Scorched!
Jeez, he just won't go down. Wow. Are all three people still here? I hope. Stay right here in case that thing goes down again. Wow. You can see that coming down. Oh, hey, cool. Oh, there we finished for the day. I thought I'd already done that one. Come on, hold still. Oh, fine. This is still just first wave.
6 is detecting large wave of inbound hostiles.
Oh, Putty. Oy, let's see. Where am I getting hit from? Just focus on the scorch beast, folks. Watch, thank you. Gotta watch the perimeter here. What? I thought someone took that out. What is that? I did. Okay, there we go. Good. Don't tell me to repair it. It's repaired. It's repaired. Come on. The guy has no best to target, apparently. Go ahead, jackass. Tell you what. Get out of my way. Blast it. Get out. Reloading too often. Reload. Reloading down. You are standing right there, right? Jeez, what is it with my not being able to do damage? And I'm pulling the bloody trigger. Ooh, behind me. This is intense. Okay, maybe we're getting down to it now. Boy, I tell you, just trying to climb the stairs there for a minute was an absolute pain in the... Is there a third wave? I can't remember. I would like all the treasury notes for doing this one, please. That's a rough one.
Code X-ray Zebra 909. You've got a large, united, huge wave incoming. Brace for it!
Wrong down. Oh, please, come on. Ah, here we go again with this. Desperately need more ammo capacity in these things. It's driving me nuts. How are we doing? We're doing okay. Take this lull, a chance to reload all the things. See what they can. Come on. Hitting? Okay, it's fine. I'm like, I am hitting the button to change weapons. You darn well better change. Sorry. It's a fun kind of mayhem, but man, alive, I've never seen mayhem like this. Sonic generator is doing just fine, that's its own way, which is good. Come on around. Wow. That was nuts. Okay. Crazy. Yeah, these are all going to be melee weapons. I'll admit, I kind of like how it got, like, everything went black. It got really dark and started raining, like, right in the middle of it. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I'm over encumbered now. I can deal with that. Still, okay. Quickly. Why are you making me wait? I'll be right there. What's that? Aww. That's sweet.
Maybe I can scrounge together stuff to build baby a popgun to practice with.
How you doing?
I see you have our missing prop. You are? That's very generous. Foundation thanks you. You know, we have a few dozen extra of these osmosis kits, but that's beside the point. It's the principle.
They have to turn everything into crap. I hate it. Do a decent story for once, you jackasses. Anyway, yeah, as I was grumbling there under my breath, I don't like that they turn every single story in this game into something like cynical or whatever. Like every single one. Every single story is about how, like, anyway, you did it. I've done enough about that. We'll just leave it where it is. Probably just bugging me more than usual today.
Ah, you've returned. Ah, very good, very good. I did promise a reward, so please accept these caps in gratitude for your service. A fair point, and one I cannot disagree with. I'll increase the reward. Here are your caps. Come and see me again, and I might have more work for you.
Nice. Very good. kind of what I was hoping for. All right. And there's probably a stash here somewhere. No? Really? Unless I missed one downstairs. So I'm probably going to have to either set up vending machines where I am, or set up 10-ton town. Just so that I can start getting some more sort of like passive income here, as I'm starting to run low. Starting to run low on taps. Okay, let's hop right over to here. I wonder if there is a deeper story that they wrote around the Mothman, too. Aside from, you know, a bunch of psychotic people, like, you know, worshipping him. Like, I don't know, I haven't found much in the game to explain anything. Lots of crazy people worshipping him, not a lot in the way of story.
Gotta talk to Paige about those Sunny bots. Giving me the creeps.
Civilization is being rebuilt.
Here's this. How many do we have? 19, not bad. Cool. A third of the way to a jetpack. And should probably go to Mother Mumble's Bar and Grill, the Rusty Pick. Save it for more legendary modules. That it? That's probably it for today. What did I have? I forget. 70, so I've got enough for one more. All right. There's that done. To do the daily repairs. And I think on the dailies where I'm trying to repair a certain number of weapons, I think I'm fairly far behind on that still, right? Yeah, I've got 12 more and 1 day to do it. Yeah, not likely. Let's check it out though. Let's see, modify repair. We're leaving everything off so we can just do this. Oh, I just thought of something as usual. Hang on. What am I missing? Wow. Okay. So hold off on that briefly. Have I put everything in here? Okay. What else can I do to get some steel here? I haven't been picking it up because in my head I had like a nearly infinite supply, but you know, obviously not. Crud. Okay, well, I'm probably going to save that for another day then. I don't know, I'll just skip that one. Let's see what we got otherwise. No, not challenges. Go to scoreboard. How do we do today? Jeez. We moved 1. Good grief. Well, that's another thing. I can use... even if I use repair kits, I've got to get 12. So I was going to take some time and maybe build some vending machines and stuff too, but obviously I don't have time for that either. I don't have the steel for that, that is. So we're going to call it a day. Almost 5 hours total. Which means it is... yeah. Oh, it's actually earlier in the day than I thought it would be. Okay. That's not so bad. Do this as a daily. And where were those things? Notes. That's right. Oop, not all of notes. All things expire. If your Stimpack has, you probably will too. Okay. Don't think there's anything to cook today. Oh, I am wrong. It's back out, and I think this is what I was talking about before, that you had that whole time, look at this, ran off and tried to, in a hurry. Well, I just leave it on for now. Jeez. So that whole time, that whole battle. I'd love to be able to set a little alarm that's like, dude, reset it. You're not operating at full potential. Yeah, leave that up. And for dinner, we'll have some smoked scorched beef lamb and a bottle of wine. And on that note, call it a day. Thank you for watching. If you happen to watch the first part of this and you have some thoughts on COVID and all that, do drop them in the comments. Otherwise, God bless. Well, hey, either way, God bless. And we'll see you again soon. Take care.